Hey there everyone, Foxy Fern here, and welcome back to our animation stream. So, starting off today, I want to work on talking about some feedback that one of my colleagues gave me. I ran the blocking video by my coworker who worked for Riot for 10 years and asked him if he had any advice on like camera movement stuff. Unfortunately, he hasn't done a lot of camera work, but because he's like close in the material, he did give me some good pointers. And so, for one thing, it was good to have a second opinion on the fact that this camera motion was too jarring for him. The fact that the camera was pointing, to the right side of this guy or to screen right of this guy, and then it's now focused screen left of this guy. That was something that was very noticeable to him. So I want to fix that. Hi Tom, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. And some other things with the camera. I'm going to do like kind of a Dutch angle with this because he thought that would look kind of cool, and I agree. I was just really scared to do Dutch angles because as soon as you start like rolling the camera, you can very easily enter motion sickness territory. And since I don't get motion sick from watching things or writing things, really, it's hard for me to gauge if I've like crossed that line or not. So I'm going to be very careful with that. And I'll probably do a lot more referencing of some of the League of Legends videos of their character intros. And I am going to have the camera maybe start actually with the weapon in screen rather than this like weird pan that we have going on there. But as far as like in really nailing down the camera motion in the beginning of the shot, I think I'm going to wait to do that until we have a really nice looking animation from the mace, because I would hate to have the camera follow the mace for a bit and then I decide to change the animation of the mace, and then now we'll have to change the camera motion. But I'll kind of like do them sort of at the same time, because again, I don't want to like animate stuff that you don't see in the camera, right? But let's see here. Oh yeah, and another thing that I'm probably going to do is end up actually taking his left hand off of the mace. Like, might have him swing it around like this with two hands, but then as soon as it goes over his head, I'm probably going to take his hand off the mace, partially for, like, silhouetting purposes to make the poses look a little nicer. And also because this, like, really ugly skinning, you can see the spikes coming out of his arm, and there's not really much I can do about that. But then, it will be also a little bit easier to animate. So let's first of all get this camera angle the way that we want. Well, now let's see. I can't rotate the camera because this is a camera aim. So how do I do that? I suppose I could just break the constraint of the rotate Z, although that axis isn't very nice here. How should we do this, guys? Because the rotation of this camera is being driven by our aim here, but no matter where we put our aim, it's never going to actually roll the camera, and that's by design. But in this case, I do want to roll the camera. So what I could do is maybe change the rotation order on the camera. Let's see, so I probably want Z to be first. Well, let's just see what happens. Oh, but of course, that's going to mess. Maybe this isn't going to work the way that I would hope. Let's see what ZXY does for us. Okay, so now I should be able to well, if I unconstrain, or if I like break the connection of Z, I should be able to rotate the camera just on the Z axis. Since there's no animation on it, if you look at our channel box. So if I break that connection, it should not affect our aiming portion of our camera. Fingers crossed. So let's just see what happens. We'll break that connection. And now, yes, we can rotate our camera. But let's make sure to key that here. Nose is very itchy. And then we'll probably just kind of have it stay at a Dutch angle until it comes back in. And the other thing that he had recommended to me is like kind of making the camera feel a little bit more lumbering as it comes back into the character, because he's like a lumbering troll, and so I thought that was a good idea as well. So let's go ahead and incorporate that a bit too. Let's see. I want our rotate Z to happen kind of at the same time as the rest of this stuff though. So we'll key this here. At the very end, I don't want there to be any rotation on it for sure. Again, we'll probably tweak this a little bit more later. How was your weekend going, Tom? I was not able to stream yesterday as I had my second vaccine this week, and I was still kind of on the recovery yesterday. Uh-oh. Now what happened? Why did he end up not being in frame for us here? What did I mess up? Did I screw something up by changing this rotation stuff? I might have, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal here. Huh. Well, we should just be able to fix this. Oh, hang on. Gotta make sure I'm doing this the right spot. I don't want to lose this nice frame right here. Okay, so this should be fine. Then we back up. All right, let's just move this down and see if that is okay, or if that's really gonna screw things up for us. That is kind of jarring here. I wonder why did our changing our rotation order mess up our aim? I'm just gonna save this real quick and reopen that file number 39 and see if that's what messed up our camera or if it was something else. Yeah, okay. It was that. So... Where'd my outliner go? No! No! Stop it! Let's see here. We want... Probably just gonna delete this camera because we're not using it. That's right, I had unlocked these guys. Oh my god, I just hit unlock. Thank you. There it is. So let's just keep an eye on this. I wasn't expecting this to happen. So let's see if that's actually what... Alright, well changing the rotation order didn't seem to affect the end. That's weird. I must have inadvertently done something else. So now if we try this, break that again, and then we'll just make sure that it's keyed there. Oh, you know what? Did I? No, I shouldn't have broken my other animations or my other rotations by doing that, right? I don't know. Let's try this again. All right, so that's working. We just need to make sure that this rotate Z doesn't move like it is right now until it scoots in here. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna do my little trick here. Grab that, save key there. Oh, did that go too much? No, that's okay. All right. We'll make that camera a little more lumbering later. So I want to keep this frame essentially, which means it's going to be the frame before this that we want to change. But I also maybe want to see a little bit more of his leg. Well, it's only for like a split second that we don't see it because we're zooming out immediately. Alright, so our animation is still very kind of sloppy and wonky right now. I do apologize for that, but hopefully we'll be able to clean that up this stream. Sorry, I should swallow away from the microphone so that you guys don't hear me swallowing. Excuse me. Okay, so we'll grab this frame here and our duder here. What happens if we just key our aim here? What does this look like? Oh my, that's not good. How about right, we have to make sure this roll doesn't do anything till this frame as well. So let's key that. Strangely, I have this... Oh no, that's actually okay. I was thinking this was too close to the camera, but that's okay. Ah. So I think, the camera to follow him around just for a moment. I don't know what I'm doing with this, honestly, guys. I'm not a camera person. I don't think I want to go 360 around him because I don't want to make our viewers super dizzy. So maybe we can follow it. Oh god. Not quite like that. This is gonna be tricky. I don't actually want the camera to be lost inside this maze here. But it's okay if it comes really close to the camera. What happens if we delete this key? That's okay. The fewer keys I feel we can have, the better on camera motion. Because too many keys is when you start to get like really crazy motion sickness type of stuff. So let's make sure our Z doesn't go back in here. And our X can, let's see, Y also, we don't want that to be anything too crazy. Right, so this key as well. Let's see what happens if we just delete all these. Oops, except I don't want to delete the Z. So it's okay if we have a... Ah, shoot. I feel like a little bit of an abrupt camera motion is okay. But I don't want to do too much. Yeah, let's see if we can get our aim a little bit closer. Oh, not quite that far. I don't want this huge camera motion to really start happening till he hits, so what if we can get away with... Actually, let's just save this key here. I think we'll want a little bit of motion, but I'm just gonna put that there for now. John Christensen, hello, welcome to the stream. I don't believe I have seen you before. Is this your first time viewing? If so, welcome. Or if it's your first time talking, that's great too. All right, I think it's looking a little better. This is still, obviously he's like way off frame here. We don't want that. So let's see, the mace whooshes on by us. And it's like, oh, we're kind of following. And then we're like, oh wait, the mace is turning back around. So let's grab our keys here, maybe delay that just by one frame, and then we'll have it be like, oh shoot, let's follow him back here. You know, what I might do is just kind of get a little closer here and bring this key back. See where that gets us. Same with the aim. Except let's make sure we put that on the same key. Frame 31. Ooh, that's like a little too fast, I think. Is this actually appropriately moving? Yes, okay, cool. I think part of our problem here is this back and forth that we're doing in translate X. So I want to see if I can get away with not having to do that, but now he's not in frame, so we might just be at the point now where we need to work on the actual animation itself and come back to this at a later time. Come on. Ah. Well, let's see. There we go. For starters, this probably doesn't need to come back this way. Let's check our camera. Yeah, that's a little better, I think. Still not great. It's still kind of dizzying here. Also, we went too far back. Yeah, this is not working so hot here. Alright, well, I don't want to, like, overwork this to death right now, so we're gonna get back to trying to do some cleanup on this duder, and let's figure out when he's gonna take his arm off the mace. I think... Okay, so for starters, we're not really getting the feeling right now that his mace is what's driving the motion. Let me open up our video reference again, in case some of you watching haven't seen it, but also it's just good for me to open this too. If I can find QuickTime, yes. Whoa, so big. So it took a lot from this beginning clip here. And as you can see, you can really feel the weight. It starts off, this guy on the left here is what I'm referencing. It starts off, he's the one driving the force of the mace. And then about here, the mace takes over and is now pulling his body. And the mace has now taken that momentum and pulled it beyond where he has brought the mace, and then it continues this momentum as it goes over his head. And of course we're doing more of a straight down than this. Same with this guy. Of course we're not going quite as comedic as this, but same kind of idea. He's the one driving the force of the sword, and as soon as the sword reaches its straight point out in front of him, now the sword is driving the motion of the rest of his body. You can really see right where that changes. It's right about here that now it is rotating beyond his wrists and carrying the rest of his motion. So I really want to incorporate that feeling. This guy's funny. And I think that's kind of it for this reference. Yeah, like, I put a bunch of these clips in here thinking I would use them, but pretty much I'm just taking it from the beginning of this and then like here where he smashes it down. Except, as I was saying, we're going to change this to a one-handed smash for a lot of reasons, both for simplicity's sake and for just, like, appeal. So I think maybe it's about here where I want his hand to actually come off the mace. Which means we want it to be FK. Back here it'll be IK. And we're gonna have to do our own manual matching here, as this character does not have that built in. We could potentially bring his hand back onto the mace for the actual smash, but I don't think I will just because the skinning is so bad. But now we can play with making some nicer looking poses here. Oops, that's his head. Just trying to find his clavicle. Does he... What happened to his clavicle? Is it just his shoulder? Ah, there it is. Alright, so for starters, we're just gonna kind of try to match his... Ugh, come on. Let's put his mesh on a... Oh, that is his mesh layer. Okay, we'll just reference that then so I don't keep accidentally selecting it. I'm just gonna sort of hand key match this for now. It's not gonna be perfect, but I'm gonna wait to use like actual constraints to do perfect matching until we're a little bit closer to what we want here. So he'll take his arm off. Oh, let's see. Hello, Kaustov. Hey, Foxy, joining in for the live session. Welcome. I have a quick question. I have an IK from shoulder to the wrist joint, and I want to add or override the twist of the forearm joint despite being calculated by IK. How do I approach this? Ooh, the twist of the forearm joint. Well... So you're not talking about the pull vector, you're talking about the rig is doing some auto solving, I assume, between the elbow and the wrist, and you want to override that. That is a good question. Probably the best way to do that would unfortunately be to do something that could potentially break the rig, so to speak. Like what I would recommend doing is a constraint thing where you would constrain a locator to you would go find the actual joint that you're having an issue with and parent constrain a locator to that joint, bake down the animation on the locator, and then delete the constraint. And then you would want to constrain point orient constraint or parent constraint that twist joint back to the locator, and then you can control that, if that makes sense. I haven't really done a lot of constraints with twist joints themselves. I don't generally work on a lot of rigs with twist joints. Posing a guy holding a rifle. Yeah, that's probably the best way to go about it, is like, don't do that till the very end when you're like pretty much done with your animation and you just want to go back and like correct it, polish it, make it look a little better. Then you can go in and change that. Let me see if this guy has any joints, any twist joints. I don't think he does, because I think he's too simple for that, but let's check. No, he doesn't. He's just got elbow and hand. But did that make sense what I said, or would you like me to kind of demonstrate that? I am going to be doing a lot of constraint work with this guy, just probably not right this second, but he doesn't have twist joints, so I won't be doing that specific thing. Is there a way to send you a video file to explain my situation? You can reply back at your convenience. Yeah, sure thing. Are you okay with me like watching it on stream, or is it like under NDA or something? Because it would just be easier, like if either I can take a look at it after stream sometime this evening, or if you want me to take a look at it on stream, I'd prefer to like show it on my screen so that people know what I'm talking about, but I'll leave that up to you. Oh, your rig doesn't have a twist joint. Yeah, I think it would just be easier for me to see what you're talking about then. Because the way you were describing it, I thought it had a twist joint, and that was what your problem was. Forearm is probably your twist joint then, because like generally you don't animate. So your technically your forearm has like what's called the ulna, and so you actually have two bones going between your elbow and your wrist, right? And it's like these bones are kind of like rotating around each other as you rotate your wrist, which so like you would actually see a twist if you could see an x-ray of my arm. And so that's what the forearm joint is in rigs. Yeah, let's see. If you can send it to that email. I think that's the right email. Yes. If you can send it to that email, that would be great. Okay, I'm going to shorten our timeline here. We're just going to try and hash out this beginning because it feels weightless to me right now. Yes, radius and ulna. Thank you. That's what I was thinking of. Diego, hey, I just came to say hello and like this video. Ooh, thanks for your mechanics video. They are very useful. Great. Glad to hear it. Thank you for dropping in and saying hello. Nice to see you once again, Diego. All right, so first of all, this mace here is drawing a line the wrong way. I want it to draw the line this way. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to... This is... If I had Animbot, this would be a lot easier, but I don't. So we're just going to do a hack, like so. I'm going to constrain put this guy, oops, that's not the right point. Put this guy at the tip of the mace. And then we will, oops. Oh, not that. No, no, no. I keep forgetting that the mace is not a separate geo. Let's get our weapon control here. Hopefully this will work if I just do a parent constraint, maintain offset, apply. Make sure that's following as we expect. Yes, yes. Okay, all looks good. Now, if we bake this down and delete our constraint. Oh, wait. Actually, yeah, okay. I wanted to bake it down so that there's a key on every frame. Otherwise, our motion trail won't acknowledge that there's a key there. But then I think we're just going to go ahead and constrain it back to this weapon. So now we can see, unfortunately if I edit this it won't do anything because that's actually the locator, not the mace itself. Now we can see the path that the mace is going. This is actually not too terrible of a path. There's a little bit of squirrely stuff that's happening on in here, but this is a lot less egregious than I was expecting it to be honest. So, you know, a little bit of self-congratulations there. I'm not digging the song. Let's skip that one. So we might just be getting into some hand keying here. You know, honestly, I probably shouldn't have keyed or put the motion control on this whole thing. This is just gonna get in my way. So let's try this again. Whoa, why did it... Oh, that's why it's squirrely, because it actually made the motion control on, or the motion curve on his weapon too. Maybe that's all we needed. Let's see what happens now. Yeah, I can work with that. Cool. Yeah, just shoot me another message when you got that sent. You'll have to help me with your name. Is it Kaustov? I'm terrible at pronouncing names, so I apologize if that's not quite right. Alright, if we take a look at our reference here again, his mace is a little bit more straight out in front of him. Granted, we're not doing this like one-for-one type of rotoscoping for a lot of reasons. A, I don't like to rotoscope, and B, this guy does not have the same proportions or the same size of weapon as our video reference, but I do want it to be somewhat accurate, so... I want to figure out... I want to add a hotkey for hiding our motion trails. Where... That is on here, isn't it? Motion trails, yes. So I wonder if we can just go to Windows, Preferences, Hotkey Editor. And let's see, it's probably a runtime command, motion trail. How about delete by type, visualize, create? That's not what I want. Show. Let me take a look at this again. Show motion trails. Yeah. Here, this is what I can do. Windows, hotkey. Let's do it by hotkey. So viewport items. All right, so now if we go, maybe it should be under application. Well, pooey. Viewport menus. Viewport items. Oh my god. So, toggle polygons. Ugh. I don't know for sure if there's an easy way to add a hotkey to that. Whatever. We're just gonna deal. I'm just wasting time at this point. All right, so here's the point where the mace is straight out in front of him. And now we want it to start to appear to drive the arm. Technically, it's still going to be attached to our hand here, which is the tricky part, at least for now. We will be going back over this with some constraint tricks later on. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Maya, you make this really hard on me sometimes. This is when Anim bot would probably be better for something like editing motion trails. Nope, that's the wrong direction. Oh my gosh. It's really weird that at one point I was manipulating his arm and it was doing it so quickly for me, and now it's not. Oops. Hello, microphone. All right, so by the time it comes up over his head, let's take a look at our reference again. Trying to pay attention to where like the ball of this mace is. So it's coming back up, carrying its momentum up over his head. Okay. But I think it comes up a little too soon here. Oh my gosh. What happens if I just turn this off for a minute? That didn't really help, did it? Probably because I have it in the other viewport. Ah, that's better. See, this is why I wanted a hotkey for this motion trail thing. I think this happens too fast here. Whoa. What are you doing there, buddy? So clearly this like hits a weird wall here. It's probably gonna be due to some, oh god, yeah. It's got some gimbal stuff going on. So you see how that like moved smoothly for me for that 1 minute, and then now it's back to being all chuggy again? Okay, so for starters, I think we go too fast at first, and then it slows down, so... what can we do about this? Let's just grab these keys. And is this... I can't see. Insert keys, no. Move, no. Is it lattice deform that I want? Oh, region scale, there we go. Let's just see what happens if we slow these down a bit. You know what, I'm just gonna go ahead and open up my email, and then I can see whenever you happen to send it. Oh no, now what happened to my stream? There we go. Ah. Yeah, I think he just doesn't feel lumbering enough in the beginning here. Shoot. No, these keys don't look good. Yay, gimbal lock. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and see if at this point we can get away with doing the aim constraint stuff I was talking about last time. Because that would be really great if that could help us out here. I'm also wondering if this wrist rotation is causing me problems with this apparent slowdown. Ah, okay, you're still working on it, great. No rush. I just didn't want to miss it. Yeah, actually our wrist rotation was a little bit of our problem there. Okay, I think that's at a point where we're gonna give this cool new trick that I learned a try. Assuming I can do it well, guys. Alright, so first of all, you know, we're gonna keep this here. We're just gonna hide the motion trail for now. Motion trail. Let's call it mace motion. And then we're just gonna hide that locator, and we're gonna, oops, hide this guy too. All right, so hopefully I can remember how to do this. Oh, did that not create a locator? I guess not. Okay, I'm gonna create 3 locators. One is called root. One is called offset. And the other one is called target. So offset will go under root, assuming I can, what? Why is middle mouse drag not working for whatever, fine. Actually, these are gonna be super tiny too, aren't they? Let's, not that big, 0.05. So we want to first get the position of the weapon here. Constrain that. But we're going to delete this constraint. And we want to kind of line this up with the mace here. I guess it's sort of lined up. I want it pointing down the mace, which I think it is doing. Okay, that's fine. And now this guy, kind of like the other bits, we want to constrain at the end of this mace. We also want this to line up. And this, constrain parent, maintain offset, so we keep that rotation there. And same with this root. So now if we take both of these guys and bake that down, delete the constraints. That's all fine and dandy. Okay, let's see if I can remember how to do this. Sent you the mail. Feel free to check it out and or demonstrate in your stream. I will do so. Let me see if I can get this constraint thing working like I'm hoping for first, and then I will be glad to take a look. Okay, so what I want to do here is we're going to take the target and the root, right? Yes. No. Target and the offset. We're going to do an aim constraint. We want to maintain offset. So our aim vector is going to be on Y because Y is pointing up the mace. So X, Y, and Z. We're going to do object rotation up, which means it's going to be the up axis is going to be constantly following the rotation of this guy here. So that is going to be Z. So X, Y, Z. World up vector is Y. And our world up object is going to be root, which is the name of our little locator here. So let me save this first, because this is where things could go wrong. We'll take target and offset, apply. Now, if this is working properly, it is controlling the offset. And then I'm not sure I'm doing this quite right. So what should happen here now is if I grab this offset and I constrain the wrist, right? Let's see, it should be probably point and orient. With maintain offset. Yeah, it kind of works. But yeah, okay. I think that's working as I wanted. Well, I think I have to do this in IK because the problem is, see what it's doing to the, like, the rest of the arm is staying in place now. All right. We're close, guys. Let's delete that constraint here. Okay, so we're gonna need to do another step first. We'll create another locator and constrain it to our wrist control here. We can just do parent constraint, don't want to maintain offset. Wait, do I want a parent constraint? No. I'm gonna do actually, I'm not sure it mattered. I'm gonna do point and oriento. It really only matters if you're trying to maintain offset, I suppose. Okay, so let's see. Oh no. Oh wait, yeah, okay. So let's bake that down. Delete these. And now if we switch our hand to IK. Hopefully this works, guys. Yeah! Our pole vector is going to be another story here, but right now I'm just concerned about the wrists. Okay, that looks good. So constrain that down. And now delete these constraints. Let's maybe find our pole vector and just make that, where is it? That's foot, that's left hand. What are you? Right hand fingers? Right hand, okay, cool. Ah, feels better, he says. Let's have it follow his main here so that we don't have to like animate it going 360 degrees. That's better. Still gotta put a couple keys on it, but it's not as bad this way. Okay, now let's see if my aim thing will work the way that I want it to by using IK instead of FK. So we want offset to control this guy. Whoa. This guy could use an Euler filter. Maintain, offset. It's best if you have a script to do this, but I don't have a script built yet because I'm still learning this. So now if we move this around, cool. It is moving the IK control and therefore not leaving the arm in space. But as you can see, it is still staying pointed at our aim spot here. So now what I can do is take this target. First of all, let's also put an Euler filter on this. That is not quite right, is it? Arg. What's happening here? Something's not right. I might have to rewatch the video, which means I'm gonna have to mute my desktop audio because I can't show that to you guys. But we're gonna do that after we take a look at Kalstov's work here. Okay. Ah, you're a technical artist on UE4, huh? Lucky you. Okay, let's take a look. Wah.
Hey, so thanks for taking my question, Foxy. I really love your stream. So
Thank you.
I'll keep this video short and to the point. So I have a basic FK rig here, and I'm sending you the file for reference. Okay, feel free to show this to you in your stream. There is no NDA at all. This is my personal project for learning purposes. So I would like to have an IK system chaining this upper arm, the forearm, and the wrist here, which is named hand. So it's left arm, left forearm, and left hand. Okay. So basically, what I would like to do is something like this: have an IK system going on here. But now you see you have this weird angle that's going on. And definitely you do have the
Yes, yes.
IK handle here. Okay, so now if I go ahead and select this and give it a little bit of twist, let's say 60 degrees, it's kind of there but not really fine-tuned. Okay, so I would like to have some kind of system so that I can override this. My hunch is let's say with a constraint like you are mentioning, but I'd like to really see your take on this and how you would, efficiently / professionally deal with this so that we have room for reusability maybe, so that it's a more robust solution. And yeah, that's about it. So let me send you the file for reference. Okay, I'm not going to save this
Okay, cool. So I think I can help you out with this. Let me download your other file here. Let's see. So I could be wrong because this might just be like a very generic looking male, but this character looks very similar to uh the rig that we would send out for our animation tests when I was working on Bloodlines 2, which it's totally like, you know, not anything that was copywritten, but it's just funny. I'm like, huh, this guy looks familiar to me. All right, let's take a look. Uh-oh. Missing open color IO configuration. I don't think I probably care about that. Well, let's find out. Oh no, I don't think this is the same character actually. So the first thing that I would say is you're gonna want to, uh-oh. Is he not skinned? So it seems like maybe, am I missing a plugin or something with this? Oh, it's a Mixamo rig. Okay, interesting. So the first thing I would say is if you're going to be putting IK on a character, you're going to want to initialize the IK when the character's in their bind pose. So their T pose or their A pose. And that's the first reason that you're having a weird rotation. So let me see if that's going to work. Can I... First of all, let me go back here. Looks like maybe this is your bind pose. So I don't know why the skinning is broken, but that it shouldn't matter too much for this. So yeah, when you're attaching your IK, you want it to be in your bind pose. Oh, this is like -37. Can I just, yeah, whatever. What's also interesting here is it seems like this joint is rotated in 2 axes. Let's see. What happened to the keyframes? He was though, shoot, nope, no plugins at all. Okay, well, I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I just opened the file that you sent me and that error popped up that I don't know what it means. Let me see if it's a viewport thing. Nope. Okay. Well, anyway, like I said, the skinning doesn't matter too much in demonstrating this. So the first thing I would tell you is in your bind pose, which this is probably it. Oh, no, this is your bind pose. Okay. Well, yeah, that makes sense because that's where his skin was. Okay. So what you want to have with your skeleton in your bind pose is you only want the elbow joint or the knee joint to be rotated on one axis. Right now, it looks like it's rotated on more than one axis, so when you do your IK solver, it's going to have a difficult time figuring out where to put that. So let me tell you what I mean. This is okay from the top down, that is what you would want, but since this isn't skinned, I'm just going to go ahead and move these joints myself. Oh, you're using Maya 2022? That could be, yes. So what I would say here is you want your, from the front view, this between your shoulder and your wrist should be a straight line. So let's see. Skeleton, create joints. So like if I did... Wow, that's really small. So I would do just like a straight line like so. And then I would rotate it. So part of the problem maybe is this character, or I think maybe your shoulder joint could go up a little higher too, because right now it's like sort of in the armpit, so it could go like a little bit like up. See where this meaty part is of his shoulder? Could maybe be a little bit more like here. Now keep in mind, I'm an animator, not a technical animator, but I do have some minor rigging experience. Shoot. It's been a while since I've done this stuff, but oh god. Okay, well anyway, I'm not gonna make this perfect right now, but okay, so you'd want this in a straight line, and then from your top view, you would want just a slight bend, like so, and that way when you draw your IK, it knows that it's only going to bend on this axis, because right now it's not going to know whether it should bend this way or this way based on the fact that you have a hint, like a, what am I can't words right now, but I think you get what I'm saying. And then that way when you go into here and you do your let's see, skeleton, create IK handle, and here's the other thing, you want to do a, I don't know which one you were doing before, but if you do a rotate plane solver, I think that's what you want. Let me double check here. It should give you a pole vector. Which is your twist, yeah. And now if I, let's see. Come on. Now if I select my IK handle, it's only bending on that one axis no matter where I put it here. And if I'm right about this, using the RP solver, the rotate plane solver, is now you can, oh, sorry, let's see. Let me catch up on your comments. The armpit positioning, yes, I see, it needs to be a planar triangle. Yes, a planar triangle, thank you. See, you're the technical artist, you know these terms. And then what I would recommend is doing a pole vector constraint. So you, I think how this works is you just take your IK handle, right? And do a pole vector. Wait. Let's see. Because this is how you get your little control, you know, that I was just using that tells your elbow where to go. I'm just trying to remember what you constrain this to. This is good practice for me because it's been a while. Or maybe that's only if you do a single chain. Because this, as we both noted, like you have your twist control here. So I think what you could also do then is, let me just double check and make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. Skeleton. Create IK handle. If you do a single chain solver, is this where this comes into play? Let's find out. Gosh, I don't remember where the constraint comes into play. Maybe you don't need to do that anymore. Target list was empty or contained no valid objects. Which objects do I need? Hello. I don't remember what. Oh, okay. Maybe I need to have my locator. That might be it. If I put my locator up here and then kind of put it where I want it to be. Is that how this works? Now I constrain the locator as a pole vector. Yeah, because there aren't any options for this. Targets must... Oh, okay. Other way around. Dirt. Locator. I can't handle. Apply. No. Oh. Okay, so I was right the first time. It does need to be rotate plane. Let's try this again. This is a good learning lesson for me, too. Skeleton. Create. I can't handle. Rotate plane. Boop. Boop. Okay, close you. And now, if I grab this, and then I grab that. Ta-da! So now, if we move our IK. Yeah! So that's how you get your little controller if you don't want to do the set-driven control to do the twist. Like, either way works. I tend to prefer having this guy here just because it's a better visual representation for me and it's easier to move around than it is to like click and drag on a thing either. And then do you know how to do like the foot roll stuff? Let's see. Could you go over the hypergraph hierarchy, like a very brief intro? I would love to know about it. Never used it before. Yeah, so hypergraph versus outliner is kind of just like a personal preference. If you've ever used the outliner, it doesn't really show you too much more than what the outliner does, unless you're going into like input and output connections. So like say I let's just delete my dealie here, or like how about let's take this for an example. It's like, okay, I see this locator here and it's not being constrained by anything, but clearly it's driving something else. And I don't know what that is. So what I can do is I can go into the hypergraph here, and if I click on this button, which you can see down in the bottom left, when I hover over this, it says input and output connections. So if I click on that, now I can see, okay, this is driving a pull vector, which is driving this IK handle. And then if I want to see, okay, well then what's this IK handle driving? I can select input output connections for that. And it's like, okay, so here's one of the joints that it's driving. So that's hypergraph. This is just, the first button is the scene hierarchy. And the reason I like to use this sometimes is because it can make it really easy for deleting constraints and that type of thing. So if I'm just like, let's throw on some constraints, and then I want to like bake this down. Woo, bake. This is really awful, but then I'd come in here and I'm like, all right, I don't want these constraints anymore. So then I can just grab those and delete that. So that's why I use the hypergraph. Sent you my ASCII file. All right, let me double check. It's probably just gonna open another Maya for me. All the Mayas. Okay, well, I'm going to close this because it's opening another one. We're just going to ignore that. Color management, I don't know why that's important. Gosh darn it, it's still not skinned, is it? Well, that's really weird, but correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you need to see it skinned to see what I'm talking about. I think as long as you put your IK chain on in the bind pose and make sure that the elbow joint is only bent on one axis, that should give you what you want. And I lost my stream chat again. Yes, the hypergraph is very robust. I like it a lot. I've been using it for this constraint course thing I've been going through, and it just makes things a lot easier than trying to dig through your outliner all the time, because the hypergraph just shows everything at all times. It can get pretty ugly if you have like a really huge rig, because if I click on this and I want to like see the whole thing, it's like, whoa, that's so much stuff. So it's definitely better if you're working like with really lightweight characters that pretty much just have like this over here is the skeleton. And then you've got like your all your cameras and whatever single items you created over here. But let's see. I'm going to have to double check this trick I was doing. I'm going to leave my stream on. But you guys are just going to have to listen to me / watch my face for a minute because I'm gonna have to turn off my desktop audio. I thought I was going to remember this, but I did not because I was applying this at work too. Ah, I always get way too close to my microphone. Okay, let me just temporarily turn this off. Sorry you can't hear my music. Let's see. Why can't I? There we go. Actually, if you're a technical artist, this course might be interesting to you. If you've ever heard of, I don't know if you've heard of Richard Lico before, but he's like this really phenomenal animator that worked on a bunch of like Halo stuff and Destiny 2, and he now runs a company called Polyarc, and they made the game called Moss, which has the cute little mouse in it, and he did all the animations for that game. Anyway, he has a course at animationsherpa.com that talks about a lot of like animation automating and using constraints, aim, point, orient, baking stuff down. It's really, really in depth, and it's complicated and simple at the same time, but it's pretty darn cool. And I'm just refreshing my memory on an aim space thing here. Sorry, this is gonna be boring for a second. Okay. So I did the first part, right, with the two locators, baking them down. Okay, so the offset in the hand is a parent constraint. That might be part of the problem because I think I did a point orient constraint instead. Let's see if that's what I did. Yep, that is what I did. So let's take care of that. Ah. Let's see, here's my offset. Now I just want to make sure I did the aim constraint on the right thing. Yes, target to offset. Okay, great. Okay, so I think that was my only mistake. Cool. Alright, I'll give you guys some music again. Da, da, da. I can't remember where this was set. I think that's probably good. Let me know if that's too loud or not quite loud enough. Okay. Thank you so much for taking the time to check out my file. I really appreciate it. You're welcome. I hope that helped you, and let me know if I jabbered on too much and you need me to be a little more clear, or if you have any more questions on that. Can you please send in the link? Yeah, 1 second here. That is the link to Animation Sherpa, and I'll just tell you, it's not like there's no live sessions. It's all pre-recorded videos, and then like he shares some scripts on there. He has a rig for you to use, and he does reply, though, even still to this day pretty frequently. Like on every single video, you can like write a comment if you want, and you can see like other threads that people have written on the side, and he'll like respond to you there if you have any further questions. Can we do a live stream together sometime? Something like animation for game characters. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool. We could talk a bit offline about setting up something like that. I've always, honestly, I thought it would be cool someday to work with some technical artist or rigger or somebody who would like want to make a character, and then I could use the character. We could work back and forth on that, and I could stream and promote your character, and you could show my animations to people. That'd be cool. So yeah, let's chat offline. You could either come talk to me on Discord if you want, like, you know, some quick back and forth, or feel free to send me another email at that same email address if you want. Okay, so let me fix my mistake here. Make sure this locator is still following as expected. Yes, it is. So hopefully this is all that our issue was. Let's find out, shall we? We do want to maintain offset. Gosh, it's not... What is wrong here? Oh my. Alright, I did something not quite right. Bummer. I think I might have messed up something in the aim constraint. I was kind of wondering if I, in one spot there, I should have done a negative instead of positive. So I'm gonna see if that is possibly our problem. So let's just delete that. Make sure these are still moving as we expect them to. Following things, yes, okay, good. So now let's try this again. Target and offset. And so we do want object rotation up. Aim vector is positive y, up vector xyz. That's where it might actually be negative. Let's see if that solved our problem. It's hard to tell. I guess I should have constrained this first. I'm not sure it mattered. Strain, parent, maintain offset. Now what happens? Still not working, is it, guys? Ah, shoot. You know... Well, for one thing, it's really weird that our rotations are weird here. Oh, it didn't like that. Well, shucks. This isn't working how I would hope. Because it's doing this weird flip thing here. Yeah, I think Discord is on my front page. If it's not, let me know and I'll send you a link. Well, this isn't quite working as I was hoping, but it seems to only be a problem when we make it go up, which I wasn't wanting it to go up most of the time anyway. Why is this happening though? I feel like I did something wrong. I'm gonna try this one more time, guys. We're just going to delete all of these here. And maybe I'll do this from a different spot, like so. I'll constrain it at this point. I don't know if this is gonna make a difference or not, but we'll see. So, root, offset, and target. Maybe the problem is because I put it on the weapon instead of his hand. Let's see what happens if I do this instead. Ah. Hmm. it's not like on the weapon, but I'm hoping that this is going to help us out since it's gonna be driving the hand. So now let's parent it to the hand, right? Yeah, that might be the problem because I was kind of like rotating the mace inside his hand in order to like sort of offset the weird like twisting going on, but then I was using the locator to drive his hand. So that might have been what was giving us a problem. I don't know, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm just figuring all this out like as we go. Let's see. Grab the hand, grab the root, and we want to parent constrain again with offset. We'll take the root and the target. Let's first of all make sure they're doing what we want them to do. Well, there, see, that's the problem right there. See that target bit? It's not. Maybe that one does need to be constrained to the weapon. Let's see what happens if we do that. Save again. Oops. So grab the offset and the hand control. Parent. I don't think we need to maintain offset. Oh, yeah, we do. Just kidding. That's right, because we like sort of changed the rotation of it a bit. That all still looks fine. Let's go back to our frame here. And we'll try this aim constraint again. Like this time I think some of our values have changed. The aim vector now is going to be negative z. So x, y, z. And the up vector is going to be x, positive x. And the world F vector is still the same. World F object is still the same. Apply. Whoops. That's because I didn't grab these things. Why is the locator doing that, guys? It shouldn't. Well, we're just gonna go with the flow and see what happens here. Maybe now we can turn on our motion trail and see what happens if we start animating this guy around. And this is a bit disappointing, but we'll see if we can make do. Is this not auto-keying? Yes, it is. Okay. It's not updating my locator motion trail, is it? Oh no, guys, what did we do? What did we do? Motion trail. Oh my god. Mace motion. Aha. Is this guy not properly following? It is. Oh my god. What is happening? Okay. That's what I expected to do. Honestly, we don't need any of these rotations on this aim vector, so I'm just going to delete those. This is still probably going to be easier than trying to get all this animation through his wrists, but I'm a little disappointed that it didn't work as well as I was hoping. I'm sure there's something I'm doing wrong that I don't realize. So I want him to kind of swing with it out straight just for a second. I think that'll give it a better sense of weight before it starts picking up speed and wrapping around him. So it's like his whole body is rotating as one for a second, and then maybe if we... Whoa, okay, that was not good. We should not delete that. You know, we could also animate this root because I feel like his arms aren't quite reacting as much as I want them to. Should maybe be a little closer to his body at this point. Then we'll just delete a couple of these keys in here so it doesn't pop. we have so many keys on this control here? Weird. Whoops, that's the wrong one. It is really weird that this is our aim up here. You know what I might have done wrong? I wonder if we didn't want an offset on the aim constraint. What on earth is going on outside? Oh, well, there's somebody on a megaphone. Sorry if you guys can hear that. Cool. Yeah, because look at this. It's not... Oh wait, there's object mode. Okay, there's a protest or something going on. This isn't aiming at... Oh my god, it's so distracting. The joys of living in downtown Seattle. What happens if... I think this is going to mess up all the changes I've made, but I just want to see... So I saved my file, but let's see what happens if I don't maintain the offset. Is that just gonna completely break it? Yeah. That didn't really work either. Or did it? Actually, oh god. I think that is what our problem was. I think I shouldn't have maintained the offset. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. Let's see if we can go back to... Let's see. 302, 301, probably 258. Let's see if that one was what we want. Nope, not really enough. 250, that's probably it. Okay, that should be early enough because we've got these guys constrained here. What was it, about frame 12 that we did this on? Yeah, okay. So that is appropriate. And you know, I think I might have messed up our target as well. I think maybe the target needed to be rotated appropriately. I'm not actually so sure on that one. Nah, I don't think it did, but whatever. We're gonna do that anyway. We'll take our weapon, target, constrain, parent, maintain offset. And now we'll bake these down again. Well, you know what, guys? With the noise happening outside, I think we're halfway through the stream, and I think now is a good time for me to go take a little break. So I will see you guys in a few minutes. Let me... Wow, what did I do to my mouse? I just destroyed my mouse. Pull up my janky be back soon sign. And maybe this protest will be moved on by the time I come back. All right, see you in a few. I am back. Let's get this sucker out of here. Da, 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 da. If anybody is wondering, that video that keeps showing up on my web browser, that is the League of Legends inspiration for this, that the challenge sent out as like, hey, take a look at these Wild Rift characters. And so I have that there in case I need to go back and reference some stuff again. Uh-oh, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Well, that's fun. Is my internet speed messed up? Nope, should be fine. Okay, well... I hope this isn't lagging too bad for you guys. Sorry if it is, I don't know what the issue is. My internet seems to be just fine. Could be a YouTube thing, I suppose. These will always be available post-stream if you ever want to take a look. Okay, so let's see, where were we? We got our parent constraints here, we baked everything down, so now let's go in and delete these. And we're going to try the aim constraint again without maintaining offset and see if that helps us with our problem. I just want to make sure I have the right things here again. Negative z, yes. Up vector is x, yes. World up vector y. World up object root. We do not want to maintain offset this time. So let's see what happens. Well, it does appear as though our target locator is staying at the end of our maze. So maybe that's what my issue was, guys. Oh. That's right. I forgot to parents constrain our wrist. Now let's see if... no, it's gone again. Well... say la vie. We're just gonna go back to our last file. Because I had already made some changes. Since that didn't fix it, I don't know what's up. But whatever, we can work with this. Wait, what happened? What did I do? Oh no! What? What did I do, guys? Almost 4 a.m. in the morning watching your stream. Oh my goodness! Sorry it's so late or so early where you are. Perhaps I should try streaming earlier in the day, my time, for all of my people on the other side of the world. Love to join you for your next stream. Well, thanks. Normally I'm trying to stream both Saturdays and Sundays. For me right now it's Sunday at 3 p.m. here. So I would have been streaming yesterday, but I was recovering from my second vaccine and did not really feel like I was going to be up for a 4-hour stream yesterday. But next weekend I'll be streaming Saturday and Sunday. And I could try and do it earlier in the day, and I'll do like my bike ride in the afternoon, like after I'm done streaming. Maybe that would be better. Well, now, why did I break my file, you guys? Why did I ruin everything? Okay, well this one's fine. Anyway. That's right. I think I was like testing out the aim constraint thing. Ah. It's like going through his face right now. Okay, I do think the beginning is feeling a little bit better. Right up until this moment, it's going too fast now. So let's slow this down a little bit here. Delete a few keys there. Whoosh. All right, at this point, he should be trying to pull this up above his head. Love from India. Oh, all the way from India. Well, so glad you could join. Is it normal for you to stay up till 4 a.m.? I mean, some people just live late nights, right? Now, why is this doing a weird blip up here? Is it my weapon? Whoa, okay. Okay, so this might be part of our issue here. We are getting some information from our weapon. And maybe I shouldn't be animating the weapon right now. So what happens if we just key this like so? Is that going to help us? It might just. Actually, that. What do I always say? Keep it simple, stupid. Like, I just am overcomplicating this. I should not have put animation on the weapon during my blocking stage because I totally forgot that there was animation there. And it has been causing me problems. Although, oh, I remember why I did it now. Is because this stupid thing was like going through his face. But now that, you know what, now that we're changing it to a one-handed over the head, I'm not as concerned about that. So whatever, we're just gonna forget it. Okay, it's still slowing down weirdly right here, so we need to fix this. But what I might do now is do like a quick bake down, reverse bake this, and then redo the constraints. Okay, yeah, and here's where like having a script would be really handy, but alas, we don't have one, so we're just gonna do this manually. And now we'll go delete our parent constraint. Okay, cool. You know, I'm just gonna keep these. Whoa, wait a second. Why did this? Oh, because we didn't maintain the offset, that's why. Whoops. Okay. We need to delete all these keys here. Interestingly, it's not pointing up our weapon anymore. You know, I am just gonna put this inside the handle here and see if that helps us out with our aiming stuff. We'll see what happens. Of course, that might give us the flipping issue that we were having. And then target, we'll delete those keys. Where is it? Oh, all the way down here. What? Oh, right, because we deleted keys. That's why I put you back up here. Yeah, I really don't think this rotation matters, to be honest, so screw it. Oops. Ah. I guess we are just gonna maintain offset since that didn't seem to make any difference anyway, so whatever. Roots, aim vector is -z, a vector is x. All the same. Cool. Looks good. Apply. Guys, it worked that time. What? Okay, So you know what I think it was? It was because I had the locator at the wrist location instead of on the weapon, like I probably should have. So yeah, parenting the wrist to the root locator with an offset, but having the root locator be at like the hilt of your weapon is probably the best way to go. That was my mistake, but that's okay. Lesson learned. Dance party time. And there's no weird flipping, so that's good news too. Woo! So exciting. It is time to dance, because I'm happy. Okay. So now what I bet we could do is give this guy a motion trail. Haha. And now we can edit the motion trail itself. Right? Right? Let's see what happens if we do that. Oh god. Oh. Never mind. We're not gonna do that. Okay. That's, not quite what I had in mind. I don't know why that happened. Maybe it's because I did it in object instead. Nope. Okay, fine. I give up. Please don't kill me, game. Or my game. I suppose it is a game. Life is a game. Well, never mind on the animating the motion trail directly. I don't know what's up with that, but Maya doesn't like me, so we gotta be nice to her. Okay, so here's like the super wonky weirdness that's happening. Again, I don't need these keys, so we'll just get rid of those. So hopefully we can just smooth out these curves here and see where that gets us. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Please behave, Maya. Oh my god, you guys, did that work? Oh! Wouldn't that be amazing if that's all it took? I wish this wouldn't reset every time I try to delete keys off of a certain graph, but so here's another thing. We got this like weird little dip here. And probably what I want to do is just make this come up from below. And for some reason this is like, this motion trail is being more friendly with us editing it. Oh goodness. Okay, maybe we do want this to dip down just a little bit here. And I don't think I wanted it to come up like this, actually. Coming up a little bit was okay, but this is just a little too much. Whoopsies. Oh my god, I'm so excited this is finally working. Ha! I figured it out. It only took me half the stream, but I guess we didn't do this the whole stream. We were working on camera stuff early on, but... Oh my god. Ah, what have I done all my life without aim constraints? Wow. Phew. I just want to save a key in there so we can see. Whoops, actually, meh, whatever, I don't need a key there. Okay, so I think at this point his arms are too off to his right. They should be coming around to his left a little more. So we're gonna fix that. Is that gonna be in his clavicles or... Oh, maybe that's just his head that's making it look like that. Or no, it was his upper body a little bit. So we want the mace to be kind of like drawing a straight line from him at this point. So I'm gonna do that and then... Let's see. What happens if we delete that key? I don't think that was what we wanted. Still a little better. I still feel like he's kind of whipping it around too fast. But that might just be a matter of like adding some timing to our animation. I suppose we should be checking to see what it looks like from our camera view. I mean, it's a bit dizzying, but honestly, for having not looked at the camera for the last hour and a half, it kind of feels like he's sort of pushing the camera out of the way, right? Well, it's not as bad as I was expecting. Better save that. So obviously this is a bad pose right here. We gotta fix this business. But yeah, we're gonna wait to deal with that till after we bake this stuff down, because that's gonna want to see how that lines up with the rest of our timeline. I will say, as much of a pain in the butt it was for me to get this aim thing working the way I wanted it to, it is so much easier trying to animate the mace this way than trying to like drive it from his wrists. So if you guys have the opportunity to do this yourselves, you should definitely give it a try. Let's have a little bit more drag here in the beginning. So I think our issue now is that the mace should maybe be straight out in front of him a little more during this spin till the very end, which means he probably just needs to be turning a little bit faster, I guess. Or what happens if we just, whoa, hello. Move his arms a bit. Still want the mace to be sort of pointing downwards here. And obviously we need him to clear his face. Mice to the face. How many times am I gonna say that before this animation is over? We are encountering this issue with his little pokey thing, aren't we? Shoot. Well, whatever, he's tough. He can deal with that going through his head. So here's the next thing we have to deal with. It's like going in a straight line here. I'm not sure it should be up this high. We'll deal with his spiky bit at a later time. I'll probably try doing like that rotating thing again like I did last stream, but I'm not gonna bother with that right now. Let's look at our video reference again. So it comes up and over his head. And his arm, okay, so his elbow is sort of out to the side, and then here his elbow comes forward as the mace is out behind him. So let's try and emulate that. Oh goodness. Well, let's fix this pole vector because that's distracting me a bit. If we can, that is. Maybe we can't. How about his clavicle? Ah, that's better. This is still a weird poppy motion we've got going on here. Let's see if we can fix this. This is our culprit. So I think either we're going to need to put in a slow-mo like right here, or else we're going to need to speed this up because right now it's like, oh, the mace is swinging, 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 and then he stops it. So yeah, we'll deal with that after we get this in a little bit better place. Why is this boop? It's booping right there. Let's fix that boop, shall we? Boop. Delete you. Oops. Oops. So, see, one thing that's making this feel super weightless when he brings it over his head, we're going to need to do a lot more work than just this. But as you can see, it's like, because we have baked down the information to this locator, you can see there's like, blub, 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 with his translate Y. So it makes it feel like there's no weight at all to this. So hopefully, if this works as I'm expecting, if we just delete these keys, and probably also here could be some wobbliness. Yeah, that helped a little. Like, obviously, like I said, we're gonna need a lot more finessing than this, but just by deleting some of that really lightweight wobbliness can really help out with the weightless feeling. Okay, I think this is like good enough for now to like go back and look at the animation as a whole, or maybe give the same treatment to the ending. But like I said, I think we might end up making the pre-smash faster, since we've got this nice momentum going. Still feel like it's not heavy enough, but this might be some massaging back and forth that we have to do later on. For now, let's just go ahead and bake down this information to our IK control and delete constraint and delete all these locators. I don't feel like coming up here, so let's see. Root, target. Da, da, da. There we go. Again, not perfect, but a huge improvement, I feel. Now it's probably going to pop over one frame. Oh my god! I wasn't expecting that. Bleh. Okay, well that's because we switched from IK to FK. So for starters, we could delete all these keys at the end so that at the very least it stays where we last told it to be. That helps a little. Obviously it's still broken, but now if we go back to FK, honestly, we're probably gonna end up doing, like, this thing is probably gonna be IK at the end of the day, since we're gonna do like the same treatment for the ending here. Because it's so floaty and ridiculous right now. But for now, let's just leave it. And we're just gonna ignore that one frame pop that's happening. Yeah, I think we're gonna speed up. We could do slow motion. There's already so many things that I'm doing in this piece that I'm not very experienced at, and slow motion is another one of those things. I think I'm maybe gonna avoid that for now. In which case, we should probably speed. Either we need to slow down the whole rotation bit, or we need to speed up the end. I might try slowing down the beginning. Let's just see what happens. We're gonna select all. So basically from this key to this key, nothing's really happening. So I'm going to save a key here. And let's see, that was frame 62. And then we're gonna save a key, frame 51. We'll delete everything between, and then that's how we know how much space we have to slow everything down. All right, I'm gonna save this file. And we're just gonna see what happens if we essentially take all of our keys here and just slow it down. Take it easy. Just be cool. So you could use the animation retiming tool, or you could use this scale tool, since we're just doing an overall stretching things out. I am just gonna do the scale tool. The retiming tool is nice if you, if you want to retime little segments separately from each other. Although this tool maybe is a little bit slower and laggier than the animation retiming tool. Oh god. Yeah, let's find out what happens if I just undo that. I feel like the retime tool is... Nope, it's gonna be slow too. Okay, so that makes no difference. I guess it's just, like, I don't feel like we have that many keys for it to... Oh, did it work? Hello? Well, fine. Let's go back to this. I don't know what's happening there. I didn't think our rig was heavy enough to... cause that much of a slowdown. Of course, now our camera is probably going to be not great. What happens if I delete these guys? Actually, that might work out okay. Maybe not. That's a little too slow. Ugh. I think parts of it are okay. So I think I am going to use the retime tool because I think the beginning seems alright now. But then this part is too slow. No, why are you being so laggy? Wow, I don't know why. I wonder if it's because of... I don't think it should matter that we've got the motion trail on because we hid that, but... Come on. You can do it. No, not that way. This way. Come on. Oh my god. Why is it being this way? Ah! Come on. You can do it. We're gonna have to move our camera now, but... That's okay. Come on. You can do it. Go. No, not that way. So touchy. Oh, you didn't even do anything. Alright, I guess I'm gonna click and drag and hold it here till it follows. Come on. You can do it. Why are you being so chuggy? Oh my god. This is probably too far. I haven't had the animation retiming tool be this chuggy for me before, so I don't know what's going on. Other way. You can do it. Sugoi. Yay. Still probably need this section to be faster. Come on, Maya. I know you can do it. Good girl. That was maybe too far now. And now this part is probably too fast. Come on. I didn't pray to the animation gods today, I guess. This is what I get. Of course, the funny thing is with all of this retiming, I've now like messed up all that work we did with the aim constraint. Ah, well, like not all of it, I guess, but now the ending looks so bad compared to the beginning, which I suppose is good news. That means it was working, right? Okay, gonna save that. Of course, now we have all these in-between keys. I'm not sure I actually want to bake things down yet, but I guess I'm gonna. Because that's where we're at. I think gonna... What happens if I delete these keys here? I want him to take a step forward a little bit sooner than he does, so... But let's save this key here. Yeah, our camera definitely needs to be fixed now. I think that's better timing for what I want to do. Where is Snap? Where is Snap? There it is. Now, I don't know that I want to actually snap these keys because it could actually mess up this animation. So instead what I'm going to do is these could snap. Because it's still very rough anyway. But up to frame 52. Actually, let's put it at 53. We're just going to bake these keys down. Uh-oh. I didn't save first. Oh no! Okay. Let's save now. Also, apparently there's some other stuff that is happening in there. So let's just bake down everything. Where is it? Key. No. Edit. Keys. Bake simulation. I have this set to where it only keys from channel box, but we're going to say all keyable since I don't know where these in-between keys are coming from. Okay, that's better. Now we don't have any in-between stuff. Alright, let's fix our camera. Where'd it go? I've actually shortened our animation a bit here inadvertently, but that's okay. It's just an 8-second maximum. There is no minimum. And I'd rather have, just like on a demo reel, you know, 60 seconds of great animation is better than 5 minutes of mediocre animation. I'd rather have 4 seconds of something strong than 8 seconds of something that needed more time. Okay. Progress. Kind of. I know it's still really messy. But hopefully, if we get everything squared away with this maze, the rest of it should come together fairly quickly. Obviously, excuse me. We need some work on the ending here. Maybe that's what we should do next. That's the thing, is with this, I'm not really sure what our next step should be. Like, should it be polishing the body motion and the turning here, or is that good enough for now? It might be good enough for now, honestly. Like, the one part, oh my god, why is my voice messed up? Is right here. I don't actually want him to take a step as soon as he does here, so maybe let's fix that, shall we? It's kind of weird that he's like reaching out with his little toes like that. What I want is for him to really kind of stretch up as he's pulling this mace forward here. So for starters, this foot looks a little slidey. I wanted it to look like he's pivoting, but I think I made it a little too slidey. That's weird. To make him not slide, it has to go back the other way. Oh my gosh. I don't know why. I don't have this problem with my version at work, so I don't know if it's a 2020 thing, but the fact that, like, I'm trying to affect just, like, one of my graphs in the graph editor, one of my values, and it's, like, resetting every time I alter that is really, really obnoxious. I would like it to not do that. I wonder what happens if I select it by my channel editor. Will that work? Whoops. Nope. That still resets it. Cool. Bear. Stretch time. Where's it? For starters, I don't know why we have this guy moving down so soon. He should be moving up. Let's hold this foot here a little longer. See a cute little bottom of his feet. If only he had little animal foot pads, that'd be adorable. Whoops, that was too much. Oh. That didn't turn out how I was hoping there. Whoops. I think the problem is that, like, I wanted this to be all cool, and then his foot just goes bloop right there. So we could that's okay, I guess. So definitely too soft of a landing on his foot. I'm just trying to decide if I want it to go more forward or not. I think I do. Yeah, maybe out to the side a little more too, actually. Especially since he just kind of brings it straight forward here at the end. But we should have his foot rotate a little more straight, I suppose. You know what? We don't need these. Oh, actually we do need them keyed. Argle bargle. I'm really annoyed with this graph editor resetting thing. Oh. Oh, there's comments, sorry. Oh, it's Zach. Hi, Zach. You could add them in the texture. Oh, yeah, the little paw prints. That's probably not worth it. I don't think he's supposed to be a cute character. I just think he's cute. Brr, Mitro. Neutral here. Alright, we really want to make that foot slam down, so let's have his foot be rotated when it hits still, for starters. Just for one frame, though. Ugh. Maybe not. Let's do it through the heel rotation. I don't want to do this, but otherwise we're going to have to counter animate his foot slide. Still too soft. Eh. Man. That's a little better. Let's put a motion trail on our cog again. Ooh. Whoa. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh yeah, that's not good here. Let's not do that. We want him to be at his highest point here. And then we want him to really dip down to try and drive the force of him smashing the ground with his pelvis first. Pelvis smash. I'm gonna make this timeline a little shorter again, just so we can focus on this smashing part. Oh my god. Why is it doing this, guys? Right, I think by nature of fixing his cog a bit, that also helped his right foot to feel more like it's coming down first. Now I think I actually made it too far forward. Oops. think this foot needs to get to its little rotated spot a little sooner too. So let's just scooch those keys up a bit. David White says, I do not get why only 4 people are here. There should be more. Oh, well, thank you. That's so sweet of you to say something like that. I'm glad there are 4 people, or looks like now 2, in the first place. But I'm not sure how to get my streams out there. But I'm glad you found it. I'm trying. I just don't have a lot of spare time these days. And I was down 1 stream this weekend due to recovering from my 2nd vaccine dose, so usually there'll be more people if I stream 2 days in a row, but that didn't happen this weekend. Okay, that's looking a little better, I think. Still not, haven't done much with this left arm here. Let's just, like, make it not look super crazy. How about we do that? Let's fix this clavicle doing all this weird stuff. Oops, that wasn't the clavicle, that was the shoulder. Yeah, we don't need it to do this since we're not having that arm go over his head anymore. And we'll do something better with that left arm later on. Right now it's just kind of dangling there, but that's okay. Okay, we'll put this back to the whole thing again. Yeah, I do think it's gonna work better with his hand coming off. I already like this more where he's like two-handed, and then he kind of does this cool little like counterbalance thing with his left arm. And this was all totally just like I left it to in-betweens. And so I think it's gonna make a more interesting shape here because we can have his mace coming back over his head and his left arm is gonna be forward, and I think that'll be more interesting. And then it'll make for a nicer silhouette here when he smashes the ground. It's still kind of a drastic camera shift. I'm not sure what to do about that, honestly. I suppose what we could do is make this pose more straight in front of him. Let's see what happens if we do that. Oh, it's doing an Euler flip there. That's why it's got a weird key, because he's not actually changing that much. But now let's see what happens if we change our camera here. think it's okay that the Y shifts. But actually it doesn't hurt bringing this down to kind of like follow the mace too. And then we still, like, it's okay to have a bit of a shift because I do want it to like feel like a camera shake, right? But the contrast it had before was a lot greater. Oh, and now we messed up our final shot here. Oh no, what did I do? Oops. I think it's coming along. Not quite as much progress as I was hoping to make today, but it was because of all that finagling I had to do with that aim constraint. But at least we know a little better now for future. Well, this was totally an accident here, but I kind of like this angle that we're seeing the mace. Maybe we should get it just a smidge lower. Yeah. So we're starting the shot kind of like looking down on him, but I want there to be this power shift where as he's wielding his mace around, it's like, oh crap, and then he smashes it down to show how much of a badass he is. And then at that point, we're looking up at him to, be submissive to this guy because he's like, oh, yeah, this guy's scary. Let's not mess with him. Whoosh. I think maybe we're moving just a little too soon here. Oh no! Oh, that's... I should not preview this before the smash. That's just jarring. Oops. No, 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 no. I think the camera is maybe moving a little too soon at the beginning here. Of course, it's gonna be a little jarring too because we can't see the background right now. Although his mace really isn't moving that much at the beginning. Maybe I need to cut out a few frames in the beginning. Because his mace should already be in motion. And I wonder if it's just a little too slow. So what if we cut out just a couple keys here? I think maybe that helped a little bit. Now if we move our camera key up. I think I made it worse. Shoot. Blurg. had what I thought was kind of an interesting camera motion, and I made it worse. Let's see. Oh my gosh, and it's like 5 o'clock, guys. Well, let me just make sure I can find my camera motion again. Actually, yeah, that was better. I just made it worse. Rip. Well, that's what happens when you overwork things too much, guys. Bleh. Alright, well, considering that's all I needed to do is reopen my older file, since it's 5 o'clock, I think this is going to be a good stopping point for today. I feel like we've made progress, for sure. Not as much progress as I was hoping, but... Oh, did we keep the motion that we fixed with... No! Well, I'm gonna have to redo that part again. That's what we lost, isn't it? Oh, and you know, that might be why the rest of this got messed up, is because I changed this last key here. I don't know. Anyway, that part will be easy to fix. We'll do that another time. But yeah, I think that is going to do it for this stream today. I'll hang out for another 30 seconds in case anybody wants to ask something after a delay. Maybe I'll go ahead and fix this bit. Yeah, that's right. I had altered his final pose here. Alright guys, well that's going to do it for today. Thanks so much for joining me during this stream, and if you're watching this later, thank you for watching, and if you have any comments after the stream is over, feel free to say something down in the comment section below, and I will be sure to answer. Anyway, thanks so much for watching everyone, and until next time, stay foxy.